last night's successes from the XTV craft. Last night was actually episode 28, though I called it 29. It's simply got them temporarily misnumbered. But this is the actual episode 29. So I've reviewed our options here, and we got a lot of opportunities. Several contracts available, including several new resolution scan missions, which we want to do as soon as possible so that we can, get our resources and also find out what's flat and what's not, because obviously last night when I landed on Memphis, I thought it was going to be flat, and it wasn't. So the altimetry scans and stuff like that are incredibly useful. So we're going to be working on getting some scientific data, possibly working on sending a probe to Eve in the long run. I actually have a design already in mind for this that was one I used previously in a prior campaign. But I will introduce it to our Twitch chat campaign as the Ares probe lander. It was used for both missions to Moon and Mars. An extremely light rover, runs on very little fuel, small engines, and typically parachutes to the surface and drives like a 12-wheeled motorcycle using aircraft wheels. So a very interesting design. One of my favorites. Has the ability to hover and many other maneuvers. Should hopefully have much better stream quality this evening. We have taken the advice of Rocket PC Gaming and done some adjustments to our CPU processes to dedicate kernels to certain processors and OBS to another, so that your streaming should be much smoother. So let's go ahead and get started on our building and get started on our missions. All right, the question is, which one do we want to do first? Oh yeah, forgot to check that, the dates. 7 years, no expiration, 4 years, 4 years. Ooh, 1 year. 418 days. Like our satellite scans are going to take priority here. Although getting to EVA will take a while too. It doesn't take a year. Although we may want to go ahead and send it and have it on its way while we're doing the others. Oh yeah, science data from the surface of Eve. I have never done Eve before to know how it's going to perform. So this is going to be interesting. My first time trying to land on Eve. I mean, I have a lot of game hours in, but most of them were to the outer planets, not the inner. And I understand Eve is particularly rough. So here it is, the Ares Lander Lunar Probe. Very lightweight design. And normally you wouldn't have these panels because it doesn't require a lot of power. I would normally use small panels. On the Eve re-entry, these could be particularly fragile. You may want to go with a different type of power system. Another thing we'll want to do is we'll want to actually have this probe core in a payload bay. On with a few experiments, of course. Our only mission on the EVE mission is to get data, get science off the surface. Since this is going to be a test run mission for this probe, I'm just going to put what's barely necessary to do the job, to do the task, which is just grab science and send it home. Now it's going to need communications devices. Unfortunately, that means we're going to have to use antennas that are fairly sizable in terms of their range and strength. It means they're likely to be exposed on re-entry. Looks like our strongest candidate is going to be this one, but it will significantly increase the weight of the probe. And in order to deploy it, we'll have to be a specific orientation. On the other hand, I can orient these all around the vehicle, multiples of them. That way, no matter which way this lands, hopefully one of them will be able to deploy. Just so we don't overstep our work. Now, this thing's going to come down by chute, and it doesn't need a lot of them, because of the fact that it is so light and EVE is so dense. We will pack two of these, one on each side of this bay here. We'll also pack in two drogue chutes. Since we are not going to be docking this with anything in the near future, we're just going to remove those docking ports. I don't see this thing as meeting up with anything anytime soon, because EVE is such a complex location to land. What we are more likely to see is some sort of re-entry friction. We're going to need something resilient to heat that isn't additional weight. Too fat. Something that doesn't have a large profile either. Thing I wanted, but it's too small. That may. All we need is something with a high re-entry value, temperature value that's able to stay in line and resist the high temperature of the re-entry. We're actually going to follow the pattern I use for urban, but I expect that they'll deploy much higher, take longer to reach full deployment, but hopefully that they'll slow down at roughly the same rate on re-entry, so that the same effect would be had at altitude. We have a slight problem. It has occurred to me that even if we have one of these antenna on it, it's not going to survive being open on re-entry. So how in the world we're going to survive comms to the surface? It's not going to happen unless we already have a satellite in place there. So not only are we going to have to send this vehicle, in its accompaniment, we're going to have to send a satellite with a communications array that will be able to relay information to the surface. We'll put two of these inline antennas on there and assume that there's going to be a satellite there. Take care of it when it arrives. Hey T, welcome back. We're going to mount it into a fairing assembly, release it from a fairing, which will serve as a delivery craft. The even harder part, though, beyond the getting it there, is going to be how to keep communications on its way down and by the time it reaches the surface. Because here's the thing, these things only have a 2,000 degree temperature resistance. I expect Eve re-entry is going to be very hot. These nose cones can do 2,400, and anything behind them is kind of protective from it. And here's the other thing, though. I'm not sure whether this... What I meant to do is send a satellite as part of the package and have it deploy separately when it gets near Eve. And then extend... But it has to be active on the way down, so extending it won't work. We'll have to use those side antennas, those very thin, low-profile side antennas. So it'll look something like this. First payload. Here we are. So that will be how we get it to Eve right there. Let's test this right quick. Hey Jade. Hey Jade, do you have any suggestions on a parachute altitude and pressure for Eve? Testing, deployment of fairing. How do you get the fairing to separate all the way? That's what I want to know. Oh, they make it flatter stuff. Testing again. Well, what I've found, Teague, is that usually the stage three, if you use several of them, like the ones that fold up nicely against the side of the ship, they'll work good to Duna. So if you put on like three or four of them, those will be fine. Jewel, on the other hand, that's a bit further out. I'm not sure how well that'll work. Okay, so it successfully jettisoned that. So why does there's supposed to be a mounting rack here? The inner stage. How do you get the inner stage to release? Does anybody know? I haven't really used the inner stage fairings all that much. I typically use my own mounting. I'm beginning to think that this may be a bug part that they never quite fixed. A separator and not a decoupler. I'm not using a separator or a decoupler. I'm just using this internal strut mechanism that comes part of the fairing and interstage section. You'll notice that it seems to be mounting it midway up the craft, like where the core should be. But what I'd like to do is launch the satellite and this delivery vehicle in the same exact, like in the same piece of equipment, same fairing. May not be doable though. Yeah, I can delete the, or I can remove the auto strutting. I can remove that. I'll see what happens if I do that. I bet that will solve it. I bet the trusses are designed to, like if you want it to stay part of the craft that it's on and you're just covering something up that's not aerodynamic. If my theory holds water or not. So if I just put any decoupler at any random point on the craft, it'll decouple it. I think that worked. Nope, still connected to the bottom for some weird reason. These things are puzzling. Why don't they have a manual for this? Let's see. What do you know? Fairings. Wow, that is the most simplistic explanation ever. Well, there's a decoupler right there. Stack separator. It doesn't explain how the interstage nodes work. Yeah, that's very risky. However, for not to have to do that on a mission, it's going to take 140 days. If this will work. Turned off the truss. I turned off the truss structure as well as the interstage nodes. Oh, I see what you're saying. So the coupler or the interstage or the separator acts as a mount point, basically, is what you're saying, to the interstage node. Which means this thing's going to have an open end. Unless this works. And that's not good. Alright, so yeah. Okay, so we wanted to look into where to place some sort of decoupler to connect this thing to. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep the nose cones and keep the decoupler. That becomes a bit of a problem. Which means we may have to try to make some sort of custom mount point, which would be really weird. Unless I do this. And I really don't want to do this because if you're re-entering Eve, you don't want an open, exposed, flat surface like that. Unless, the only alternative I can think of is doing this, and it will add to our weight quite a bit. So we do that. Got a stack separator here. I have no idea how you resist that. Let's take a look. Let's see. Extremely, more than the rest of the craft. To get this thing to blow up on re-entry, you'd probably have to blow up the vehicle too. And there we go. Looky, looky. It connected right at the separator point. I swear, I know it's probably an optical illusion, but that thing looks like it's crooked. Like it's bent. Alright, let's see if that helped any. Hey, you know, I could keep the fairing on all the way to Eve. Have it re-enter with the fairing in place till it gets the altitude I want it to, and it slows down some, and then jettison the fairing. That would save for a lot of re-entry stress on the vehicle itself. So basically blow the fairing on re-entry, and after the fairing is blown, then blow the chutes on the craft. Use the fairing as a re-entry vehicle. And that worked. Only cost is we now have a heavy boat. Whoa. And that's not working. And of course, we don't want a landing like that. I was totally out of control on that one. The probe's fine. I just screwed up on having it power up takeoff right. Pilot error. Yeah, that is true. It could be too aerodynamic, but I doubt it will be too aerodynamic. Given the width of the body, it's going to serve as a relatively decent lifting body. So that could be, yep, that'll be how we do it. Now the question is, how do you load two different craft to one fairing and then have a third craft? Am I going to have to build a satellite as a subassembly? Maybe I could make the delivery vehicle the satellite itself. That would be a good alternative. have the thing that has the separator connected to it actually have satellites and stay in orbit while this thing deploys and goes down. Alright, so let's move this. Oops. I guess if I want to move it all up, I want to grab it by the probe core here. Too small. Ooh. Probably too large. Yes, because if something goes wrong, let's say we get to low altitude and the fairing is not slowing down, then what we can do is we can use these twitches here, spin the craft around and face the re-entry shield towards re-entry. Or go in nose first if we're not going too fast and it appears that the nose cone is going to be warm. But either way, if we accidentally end up with the rear end of this craft facing into Eve's atmosphere, that would be a nightmare scenario. So we can actually keep this heat shield because the heat shield can be jettisoned if we make it to surface to relieve it of the weight, so it can still rove for quite a bit on the fuel that it has. But yeah, we want to keep that just for an emergency. That is Plan B. Plan A, Plan B. Well, Plan B and Plan C. We actually got 3 possible angles of re-entry here. Alright, so let's work on a way of getting this thing there. I like this design. Not that. Oh, that's the bugged one. I really need to delete that. Yeah, every time I try to select a subassembly and put it on something, it breaks. So we will go out, come back in, and try to connect that large assembly to it, because what I can do is simply add the last stage to that assembly. That assembly is designed to get things up to Moon and to Minmus. So if a payload this small and just a slightly larger one behind it with a large antenna array, we could conceivably see that particular vehicle easily making it to Eve, especially if we slingshot off of Moon or Minmus, which I intend to do. To conserve on the needed, conserve on fuel. That way we have more to work with once we get to Eve. And give me just a moment. We'll do some quick research on the distance between Eve turbine at farthest point. So the maximum distance between Eve and Kerbin is 23 million kilometers. So I think that'd be 23 billion or 23 gigakilometers. So we're going to need an antenna on our main satellite that can do at least 25 gigameters, I guess is what they measure it in. Okay, so where's the alternate delivery? We have faringception. How much is that bottom assembly anyway? About 50 grand. Not too bad. Yeah, I know they do. So in order to remain in contact with E, we're going to need one of these. Yeah, we can get up to 44. I'm thinking that's gigameters. If that is, that would be billions of meters. So I'm thinking about putting at least two on board to make sure that it has required distance. Alright, so for the satellite stage, want something weighty that can move this thing around. We'll do that. And I fell in love with these last night. An orbital maneuvering assembly. With integrated fuel tanks. And we will use standard RCS. And a large... that may not be the best place for it though. Probably want to put a structural element there to get us between the different sizes. There we are, all monopropellant with an all monopropellant engine. And we're going to use we're also going to need power, which will be closer to Kerbal, so we won't need a huge amount of power. We'll just use 1x6 voltaic panel, that should be sufficient. Add a structural cone here to get us down to the proper structure size. Where is that Rockomax? Here. Now, that will be a good spot for our communications arrays. And a good spot for redundant solar power to make sure that we do not lose the ability to power the craft while we're out there at any time. Actually, due to the fact the craft could occlude itself, we'll go ahead and put them on the side here. The four-way mirroring. Alright, so we got two antennas that should cover the distance of communication to turbine and then be able to relay to the probe as it goes to the surface. That thing... Oh my god, they're huge. But you know what? They're not too aerodynamically off from the clamshell above. But putting one in Eve orbit may cover the entire lower solar system with those panels, so we might just do that. Let's see, we'll just do two. You mean like that? Yeah, that should help us get science in and out too, shouldn't it? Alright, so we got our... Yep. We got power yet? Yeah, we got power, but we got no battery. Fortunately, I recently unlocked these. And their emergency backup power supply. Then we just need to strip the thing a little to make sure that it doesn't collapse under its own weight on exit. If we can strip to a clamshell or not, I don't think we can. And that's the wrong kind of mirroring anyway. I haven't really noticed that they serve much of a difference in purpose. I know that the relays actually allow you to relay science, and that the antennas allow you to establish communications, but don't relays also allow for comms as well? So the purpose of the regular antenna seems to be somewhat redundant, except for the fact that they had a smaller profile. How much delta V is in at stage 0? Oh, that's my little ProbeSat thing. We need their engines firing at a different time than their chutes. I can always alter the staging to make sure the chutes go off way down. I haven't noticed. No, look. Here, I'll show you. There is the level 4 equivalent of this thing. Notice the ranges, they're identical. Only difference is one flips down and one doesn't. One allows the transferring of science and the other does not. Same for this is the level 3 version, which is comparable and analogous to this one. No, they link whether or not. I've linked to many different craft without a relay. The only thing I found it to be pertinent to And we can check this in game settings. I don't think it's a setting either, but we'll find out. I'll look at the game settings to see if you turn on require relay or something like that. I think I do have require relays on for labs, but I think the only thing where it's pertinent is for scientific labs and receiving and transmitting data from a lab. Alright, so we go into difficulty options here. We go to advanced and CurbNet. The require signal for control, plasma blackout, range modifier, DSN occlusion, and I've turned off extra ground stations to make it more challenging. I've got COM network enabled. I'm not seeing anything where you can manipulate what's required for antennas. Oh, science relay. Require a relay antenna on target vessel. That may be where there's a difference. Require science lab on target vessel. Relay science. I've never actually used the data relay. Data relay is like between two labs, like sending the data between two labs. I've never actually used it. But if you wanted to, as long as you have a lab on the vessel, you can relay science. And there's a penalty for everything that you use to boost your data. So in other words, if I send data, instead of taking it all the way home, you can lose up to 50% of science from the data transfer. So it's always best to bring a sample home. And you can always bring a sample home because the labs and the actual return science that you bring home work separately from each other. So you can actually double dip. You can both send it to a lab and you can also bring it home. That's why people say MPLGs are OP, because they are. A little bit. The only reason I use them is to accelerate the campaign a little bit. It keeps us moving. I like unlocking at least one tech every night. Speaking of which, we have enough tech right now to unlock another node. But I'm saving for something big. I want rapiers. I want rapiers yesterday. I want space planes. I want the ability to transport cargo up and then return with the ship intact. And in doing so, save myself a whole bunch of cash. Okay, so let's resume building this vessel. I agree. I think I haven't been doing too bad lately. That XTV design last night was like a miracle cure for our tourist issues in the inner turbine system. This thing just barely fits within the fairing. Beautiful. The catch with the foldable ones, Teague, is if they're not actually deployed, they don't work. That means if you fly them off outside of Kerbin space and you forget to turn them on, you've got a dead probe. They're risky. But if you've got a good memory, it doesn't hurt too bad. Matter of fact, it helps quite a bit. I unfortunately don't have a very good memory, so I don't mind using the giant satellite dish. I forget things quite often, unfortunately. Okay, where's this stage at? Oh, okay, it's inside the fairing itself. Boost engine. Now look at this. This is what I found beautiful about the orbital maneuvering engine. There's 1,627 delta V on just this small gray can with that orbital engine. Love that orbital maneuvering engine. Very efficient. This one may not have as much delta V as I want. It doesn't quite make it to curve and orbit. It's about 1,000 delta V short. And I think I can fix that pretty easy. Let's mirror these 4 ways. That really barely increased my delta V any. $900. What stage A supposedly got is so potent? Just a separator. Okay. That's 4,544 together. Stage 6. Stage 6 needs another spray tank. Okay, to get to E, we're going to need about 8K delta V after curve and orbit. We'll need 13,850 total delta V. That's a lot of delta V. I might be able to amplify it off a slingshot. So I think we can do this, but take some extra help. Wow, that actually lowered the delta V. What do I have on the bottom here? Main cell. That's the skipper. I think we may need heavy rocketry for this mission. I'm not sure these rockets will have enough oomph. But we are going to try a lunar slingshot. That may help. So we'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, we're only out though. And I made it last time on a build similar to this. And if all else fails, we can actually use the twitches on the pantry vehicle itself, or on the lander itself. I don't think we'll need it though. I have seen the slingshot effect going around Moon or Minmus do quite some amazing things to orbits. We got power, we got delta, we got control, we got delta V considerations. We have reentry shielding, comms. I don't think we're missing anything at this point on this craft. Oh, the satellite may need needs its own probe core. That's right, in order to remain functional once it's separated. Okay, so there is one last thing we need. Otherwise, it'll just be non-communicating debris. If we're going to send this much stuff on the satellite, we might as well send some stuff to help the actual mission. That's lightweight and won't cause too much trouble. Got to work in space. I was going to keep this kind of simple, but the science for me would be juicy. There, that way I can still grab the probe. I'm not actually going to send a lab though. The labs would be too problematic in the cramped space on board. Let's see. This or Poodle. Poodle, where are you? I knew I had the Poodle unlocked. God, there's way too many engines. Let's try this. Thank you. Oh, Poodle's definitely worse. Wow, that was unexpected. The Poodle is actually worse. Mighty tall rocket, but it's not exactly oversized yet. Where was it? Hold on a second. What was that thing? Flat. Alphabetically sorted. So there's no ability to contain monopropellant in that engine or that particular fuel. What about liquid? Which liquid does it contain? 400 versus that profile is much smaller. Highly pressurized is false. So what is highly pressurized? A lot of hydrogen, but I found out the hydrogen burns at like 100 times the rate that liquid does. So you might as well drop 2 zeros from that number. Be like 320 liquid fuel comparison. What the? Where'd it go? Put it back. Not that. Did the game eat my booster? Please tell me the game didn't eat my... Okay, thank you. Really? $8,400 liquid hydrogen. How much standard liquid fuel? 1,680. I need to go look at something. I think that there may be an IE, a pressurized tank. And I need to see if we have it unlocked yet, because if it does, that could help us with our delta V dramatically. So this is the farthest along we've come in fuel tech so far. We could get that right now. Well, that's a huge monopropellant tank. Also an extremely heavy one. Of course, there's always the gigantic Carbidine tanks, which are always useful, but without the liftability from the... Well, we do have the two engines can do that pretty good. Hey, that's what I can put on the bottom is the two engine. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so we have one thing that we can do. How does that compare to a Turbidine here? Come on. Come on. 3240 liquid. The double Turbidine will be like 6,480 liquid with oxygen. I'm clicking away. You may let it close now. You works give anything on fuel? No. Purely construction work. Yeah, it's about the same size as a Turbidine. That thing is huge. This is what we really want. Mainly for that baby right there. And for that one there. a little bit away. Hey, I know what we can do. Let's go check the labs. We might have the money for that, or the tech for that. We haven't checked these since we did those last, the tourist recovery mission, and that was several days in space, getting them to the moon and to Minmus and back. So we probably got some tech waiting up here. We liberate that, and we'll have all the thrust we need. Also, 4foot2, welcome to the stream. All right, we'll start off with Minmus Polar Lab. I'm glad they didn't eat it. That would have made me upset after all the work I put into making sure that thing was set up right. Although we're probably going to end up overhauling it anyway now at this point if we get the tech we need. So far, so good. We got a mission and we're going to plan for it. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, how is the stream performing this evening for you guys? I've made some tweaks to the processors to try to get some better efficiency on how they handle things. Wow, even being around, I think that the problem was that that OBS was fighting KSP for processing power, because even around the Minmus lab here, which we used to have trouble with it stuttering and stuff around large part counts, it's it's like night and day. I'm able to maneuver and move the camera around with no stuttering whatsoever. It's beautiful. I am so grateful to Rocket PC Gaming for telling me about that trick. Like, you dedicate a processor core and it doesn't even think or hesitate about working. Wow, we got a load of science here. Question is, do we have the load electrical charge to send it? Yes, we do. Transmit away. Get that stuff home. Just to make sure it makes it, we will discharge one of our backup capacitors. Loads of technology. And we'll discharge the second one. Okay, the lab will be recharging for a few days before it actually resumes work. Next thing we need to do is check is see if it has any new data to work on. And it does. And boy, does it need it. They've finished with over half of their experiments. As you can see, the science numbers we're getting here at the lab from the data transfers are not very large. We did expect that. Yes, he is. He's really helped me radically improve my stream and the game when we're playing and when we're streaming. So, I mean, I'm just stunned. I didn't expect the performance difference to be this great, but it's huge. I guess when two programs are fighting for the same processor core, it's not a very happy day. All right, let's go back to the tracking station and we'll pick up and move over to the Moon Science Lab and see what it has ready for us. This is going to make our trip to E a little bit more manageable. Because we really needed some thrust. We really weren't pulling it off. But through the magic of science, we shall make it happen. For watching, Forfa. Thanks for coming around. And remember this clunker? This clunker, which made my camera jam up and stutter just by being near it? Look at this. Let's go let's EVA Valentina to just show how much more beautiful this has become. No stuttering at all. Smooth, beautiful flight. I might have to try taking this back up in resolution, because if that has been my problem this entire time, I might still be able to broadcast this in like almost 4K. I'm going to try this with all my other games now. Dedicating processor cores like does wonders, apparently. Indeed. Party on the moon, indeed. I wonder how much fuel it's built up so far. By the way, the generator has been working. It is building liquid fuel slowly and over time as we do our missions. It's up to 111 oxidizer, 132 monoprop, and 326 liquid. I think it stopped mining though. No, it's still going. Where's our ore at? We're maxed out on ore. What about, where's our, is that running? Inactive, 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 inactive. Okay, must have shut itself down due to too much heat. So we will turn it back on again. Got plenty of ore to operate on. We can fix that too. I'll have to bring up some solar panels to it. Let's watch it for a few minutes, just a few seconds, and see what happens with the heat. I'm going to bet it overheats really quickly. And we weren't getting numbers anything like this, or behavior anything like this, the last few times we were up here. Ooh, it is racing up in heat. Are the radiators on? Is it even transferring heat between them? I don't think it is. Doesn't act like it is anyway. Alright, we're going to fix that. Especially since we can do it easy now. Hey Bill, you got some extra work to do. Oh man, working around labs in the space station now is going to be so fun. I mean, I was clearly struggling the few times we were able to because of the fact that, you know, everything was stuttering. But this is just like night and day. Okay, where's a radiator? That's a strut. I think we confirmed that this isn't doable, but I'm going to try again just to see. Yeah, totally not doable. I cannot get the thermal connector to connect to it. If only I had a strut, I could strut the two together. But no struts here. And I think I already looked all the way around the thing for a spare docking port, but couldn't find anything. I stick a spare wraparound radiator and stick it on the side of this reactor. Might as well solve the problem while we're here, right? Well, that wasn't exactly the best position. Try that again. That looks nice, but I can't anchor in a single spot. That should work okay too. Make sure it's above the heat pipe there. All right, let's see if that helps. All right, let's see how this thing's behaving now. Okay, that's actually picking up some heat, it looks like. And I just finished up the ore that I had available to it. And is now just working on the ore that is available to it from it being mined. And it's now building power again because it's at minimal capacity. So it's right at a break-even point to where the power isn't actually being completely choked off, and it's still being consumed just barely though. We might need some more panels on this baby. Alright, let's go ahead and get that science home. Well, that's going to require quite a bit of electric, so let's go ahead and discharge. Well, we'll start transmitting it. And we'll go ahead and discharge both batteries. So that's 500 more science. Holy cow, that's a lot of science. By the way, Falfa, you may notice that there's more than one sun in this system now. It's now a quaternary system. There are 4 distinct systems in orbit of each other now. It comes as part of the interstellar package. So in the night sky on Kerbin, you'll actually see a couple stars occasionally that are brighter than even the moon. I'm beginning to wonder if even with the discharge, if we're going to have enough tech to get all this science on, because holy wow, it's just eating through it. Oh, it's trying to recharge itself is why. We can't have that. Do not recharge. Do not recharge. Oh my goodness, this is going to be close. Whoa. 50 away from not being able to send that science home. We got to check this lab more often. A little bit of a risk there that we'll get to a point where we won't have enough power to send all the data back. But we got a lot of science to process here. Keep. Process. Process. Keep. Process. Keep. Okay, we're maxed out again. Keep. All right. Tracking station. That will put us around 800 something science. So we still have one last place to check, and that is in Kerbin orbit at Science Station 1. As you may notice, there are diminishing returns with the transfer system as well. That's why you see some of the science only gives like plus 15, plus 25 data. I mean, it does all add up eventually, but you can't just keep resampling the same stuff. It does exhaust, and that's a good thing. We should actually rename that to Moon Lab too, and change it to a base like that one. That's okay. I'd also like to point out that Bomber Hunter is currently serving on Science Station 1, and Jade is currently serving on Duna Lab, or not Duna Lab, Inmus Lab. Why do I keep calling this Duna? I guess I got that Duna mission preoccupied on my mind. And for those who haven't seen it before, this is Science Station 1. It is a very heavily re-engineered former lander that has been turned into a science base or orbital science lab because it failed to make or ran out of fuel in orbit. So we added a docking port, we added solar panels, and then we docked another ship to it. Because Kerbal Inventory System lets you do that kind of fun stuff on spacewalks. Okay, so Kerbal attachments, I should say as well. How much data you got? And more importantly, how much power do you have to send it? He's almost on a full load. Adding those batteries and adding those extra solar panels has really helped up here. "37 days to our first maneuver at Duna. That's not too far out given the length of missions sometimes take when you're taking tourists around the Kerbin system here. Especially if you have to do a long orbit slowdown. Fortunately, our new design has stopped that from happening. The new XTV tourist delivery system proved itself last night as being able to stop in orbit and allow it to re-enter without having to go around like 4 times period braking. So I was very, very happy to see how well that performed, and that will pretty much become our default tourist vehicle for local system travel. It may even be the last stage on our future travel to other planets, because it can still serve as a return vehicle here. We just have to get it back. And we're just uploading our data. It's almost complete here. This will make 1,000 science. I don't think we have anything that costs 1,000 yet that we can unlock. The rapiers. Oh my. We could unlock the rapiers. I'm going to have some hard choices to make here, people. Alright, let's just check and see if it has any data to add to its processing. It currently does not. We need to get some more science and send it to Station 1. Alright, back to the Space Center. Which engines would you be referring to, Jade? You mean the thermal engines? Yeah, I can't wait to get those unlocked too. Those are not far down the road at all. Yes, that's the important part, is the rapiers allow for the building of cheap Twinkie delivery systems. I tried the nuclear thermal ramjet last evening on a trip to the polar caps and blew myself up on the heat. And I decided that I can't trust myself with a nuclear thermal ramjet. Now, the thermal ramjet might be different, but the one with the reactor on board is dangerous. All right, I got to show Jade the nuclear thermal ramjet craft I built, and then we can proceed with engineering Eve. I got it all the way to the pole, Jade. Didn't realize it was overheating and hadn't checked back from map view to see. And it blew up, and the wings went off to each side, and just the front part with just the science lab and stuff fell completely off it. Fortunately, that part, along with the crew on board, just landed at the North Ice Shelf where I was going anyway, and I got all the science I needed, except for the atmospheric studies. Yeah, I was totally wrecked. It was a beautiful explosion too. I don't know. I don't remember if Baum was there for that one. I think he was though. And she lands amazingly well. I mean, she's just a beauty to fly. This is it. With 4 power cores on board to be able to deliver the temperature readings. The problem I'm having is these little panels here. They're not as little as I'd like them to be. I mean, that's 40% size and they're still huge. Even at 31%, they're still kind of huge. Those are graphene panels, by the way. About 3 of them on here. And the funny thing is, it says these things produce power like solar panels, but I haven't been able to confirm that. Take it back up to 50. Going out because your thermonuclear engine exploded on you in an atomic fireball, I think definitely quantifies as going out in style. Fortunately, the crew did not go out in style themselves. They survived due to parachutes. I made this thing surprisingly reliable on crew recovery. Yes, yeah, it's definitely a nuclear Concorde. I tried to fit the Concorde nose that comes with the Kerbal Aerospace pack on it. Not so much luck on that part. So we've got thermal efficiency up high enough on the nuclear ramjet that it will now power itself up on runway without having to get to 20 meters per second, which is also gorgeous. We'll just sit here and let it build some of this thrust up. The other thing is this thing really spins up and spins down slowly. Landing with it's kind of tricky. You know what I want to do? I want to shut this thing down. Not completely. Lock the brakes on. Let's go over to daylight. I want to see if this thing actually produces power or not. And by produces power, I'm talking about on these solar panels here, or these supposed solar panels. Because in the description it says it creates power. Ah, crap. Wrong button. I just deployed all the chutes. Disarm. 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 Arm. Arm. Disarm. 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 Now you can see why the Kerbal survived, right? Disarm. And disarm. Alright, all redisarmed. And I'll set it so that I can restage them. Turn the engine back on and the reactor. And I could have kept myself from exploding too. I've got a trigger set on 0 to both turn off the engine as well as And there I go hitting the chutes again, thinking that I need to launch. And I just needed to release the brake. Oh goodness. What is with me this evening? I should really set a hotkey to deploy the chutes and then remove them from staging. Got all of them? I think I got all of them. What? Just these two left. Release the brake and let's roll. In the meantime, while we're rolling, yeah, so what happened last night was this part blew up, these two flew off, and this part, and I think two of the power supplies and the rest forward section all survived. So, I mean, in terms of being a safe craft, this is definitely one. In fact, it stayed aerodynamically stable in that configuration, like it could glide. And then once you pop the chutes, it settled gently to the earth. No problems. Takeoff speed is roughly 85 meters per second. We'll get close to that near the end of the runway. Whoa, temporary physics stutter there. And there we go. Testing the power systems on this thing to see how well it recovers. I don't think these graphing panels create power like they think. Look at the power radiated, it's still stuck on 0 kilowatts. And it's attached directly to a nuclear reactor. If they're going to generate power from radiated heat, it's not doing it right now. Termed like a fighter plane. Actually, you know, we haven't visited South Pole yet. Maybe we'll do that and then we'll go back and do Eve. Will it turn in time? Oh, barely clipped it. Save the Kerbals! Save the Kerbals! Hey, we got stuff to do here still. I did not know that we had nothing from the water. Some of the stuff was not in from the water yet. I'm reverting that one because it was purely stunt flying. Okay, we are going to go to mission mode now. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to drive the plane into the ocean very delicately and attempt to recover the water data that apparently we do not have. It will be a thermonuclear submarine for just a little while. As a matter of fact, after we get the data and send as much of it back as we can, I will actually see if the nuclear jets can serve as submarine propulsion with this design. Because my madness knows no end. Now, since we already tested the premise that the graphene panels might be solar powered and determined that to most likely not be true, we are not going to be fast forwarding it to daytime. Come on, Beastie. You got this. You got steering on the front wheel, right? Probably have steering on the front three wheels, actually. Is enabled. Steering is enabled. And steering on the rear should be disabled. Okay, everything is good. We even still have science we can collect from KSC Shores. I mean, it's the last bits of it, but I could probably send a card out here after the stream's over, probably, and finish that up. But I'm not sure anybody cares to watch me just poke around picking up science from on the ground next to the base. By the way, this thing probably makes an impressive rover. I don't think we could probably flip this if we wanted to. Correction on that. With the physics in this game, anything can flip. You could put an Acme anvil on the end of the runway and still find a way for physics to flip it. Unfortunately, this thing doesn't work in space. It's powered purely by atmosphere. Oh, it also has a cathane scanner on it, Jade. It can scan for cathane. That's what draws most of the power. If you look in the upper right, you'll see the power is really taking a hit right now. So I temporarily turned it on to demonstrate just how much of a power drain that cathane scanner is. I think we got enough speed right now. I don't want to push it too much and end up having us crash before we even reach the water. Plus, I don't think braking on this thing is going to go too easy. I know, right, Mama? There is a piece of equipment with one of the mods that allows you to take some intake air with you to space. Ah, no problem, Jade. But I'm going to be honest, taking atmosphere to space doesn't seem like it's going to be a very profitable or useful venture. Okay, we're now approaching the coastline, slowing down because we want the impact speed to be gentle. We don't want to snap the Concorde's neck. I got it to do 1,400 meters per second on a super light craft, which I could also demo to you, that I've got designed like a fighter pilot or a fighter plane that does not actually go out for science. It's purely for, oh goodness, look at the speed. I gotta stop it somehow. It's designed purely for, was purely designed to test the capabilities of the ramjet. We'll do that after this. I'll let you see what that one looks like and how quickly it blows up. Bama will like that part. We have water contact. Physics was thinking about making it Kraken, but it decided not to, which is good. And we have science potential. Lots of science potential. Now let's cut the engine here and turn off the reactor. Alright, transfer to just Kerbin's. We need to turn off the Kethane scanner, but the Kethane, something's still draining power. What would still be draining power? Alright, the radiators have to cool the reactor until it shuts down completely. Turn on the fuel cells. Alright, one. Plant station 1. Polar north. Keep data. Review data. Where's the transfer data? Here we are. Transfer data. Alright, so that takes this, that's done, that's the seismic scans done. Let's do Gravioli next. Human lab. Science station. MS. What is eating all the power? Oh, I forgot, couldn't deactivate. There we go. Now the power's coming back up. Alright, then we need to do one more gravity scan and transmit that. Keep it. Transfer it to the nose cone. Okay, next thing we need to do is atmosphere. These take a lot of power. This is why I have the 4 battery bands on here. There's a lot of data on these atmosphere scans. Let's wait for power to rebuild here. Right. Really? Ooh. I'll have to try that out. That sounds rather fun. I've also got 2 or 3 antennas on this thing. The sole purpose of which is to, of course, do multiple transfers simultaneously, which is why we got all the power on board. Saves time. Worth the extra weight. I will indeed. First, the atmosphere scan's done on the belly. I forgot about that. It's over here on the back side of this thing. Very hard to see position. This angle. There it is. And that's why we could not repeat that particular mission at the poles, because the part it was on blew apart. All right, that's just landed at Kerbin Shores. I don't think that was even in the water yet. So turn our motor on here and get out a little bit further out to sea. The wings are below water. I got a funny feeling this thing could actually serve as a submarine. Also forget how far out you have to be in order for you to actually be considered in the water. And I'm obviously splashed down, but I'm splashed down a curving shore, is not actually in the water. Look at all that steam. Go gadget nuclear boat. Hey Jade, I've got a very important question I'd like you to answer for me. This thing runs on atmosphere. How? Look where its intake's at. Something tells me this should not work this way. This does not compute. Look where the intake's positioned. How is it getting atmosphere? Thing should be spitting water out its rear. It might be, actually. Maybe it's superheating the water and blowing it out as steam. Oh, that looks like it's literally boiling like the ocean next to the Space Center. Lights on stuff? Oh, good idea. Yeah, I'll start adding a few lights here and there, like the Omni lights. I got a few Omni lights I can just stick, and navigation lights I can stick on the side. Tell you what we could do. Let me shut down the engine. Let's roll around to daylight. I can't explain it, Bob. It just seems to work out that way. It's really weird. Well, I don't think it's going to let me fast forward. Okay, there we go. Come on, son. There we are. Because I hadn't fast forwarded. I try not to fast forward in order to consume, as little time as possible between missions. I just happen to somehow catch night every time. Just happens that way. It's really odd. There's the sun. Hello, Kerbal. There's the other sun. The other sun's up. Oh, we're back. We're in the water now, apparently. So, go ahead and get this stuff done. Gravity scan. Gravity scan. Material study. We'll actually keep that one. gravity scan, and then keep gravity scan. Transfer data to nodes com for recovery. Yes, now I'll actually start putting on landing lights and navigation lights. Okay, so quick save because we're going to test out this thing's ability to be a submarine. Just for the shenanigans. Make doubly sure on the quick save. Oh yeah. That's right. Don't activate the chutes, turn on the engines. You know what? I'm going to leave them unstaged like they are so that I don't accidentally do that again. Because I don't intend on using the chutes anyway this time out. Am I the only one who suffers from accidental excessive staging? Is that a Kerbal plague of some kind? Or is it unique to me? Probably unique to me, not Mama. Alright, so turning the engine back on, max throttle. Let's see if this thing will go underwater or not. Really? I forgot one. Which one? Okay, got you. I shoot. Especially with this particular craft. It's got so many chutes. Alright, I think we got our max up to max speed on what she's going to do on the water. Yep. And come on, dive, beastie. Know you want to dive. What are you doing? I said dive, not roll over. Guess it's taking a bird bath. Hey, it's accelerating like this. Maybe these fins are serving as hydrofoils. That'd be a first. See what she'll accelerate up to like this. Curious now. It literally looks like it's acting like a hydrofoil. Look, water is not making contact with the wings right now. Just the Mark I body and the fins. The weirdest thing I've seen. I think this is the fastest she gets in this config. And she is not going to dive like this. No matter how much I try to force it, there's not enough gimbal on the engine. and not enough. The wings aren't low enough to actually dig into the water. Yes, I flipped the plane while splashed, and it stayed intact. I'm not quite sure how that happened. And on top of that, it's acting like a hydrofoil while intact and does double the speed whenever it's on its belly. I can't explain the physics of this game. I give up. So anyway, that means that we are done with this demo. Cut the nuclear reactor. Builds for momentum, then recover. So the first thing I did, Jade, once I discovered the upgraded thermal jet could power itself, was to create a test body for it to see just how well it performed and what the maximum potential for it was, which means I made it on a small profile of the vehicle. Holy cow, 1,231 science. That's a lot of science to work with. So let me show you the test vehicle I used right quick before we start rating the research and development department. I think I still have it. Pretty sure I do. I think I just named it Nuke Jet. Oh, that's all it was a Nuke Jet. Apparently I got rid of Nuke Jet, but that's okay. I remember design, I can build it in like 3 seconds. Alright, so this is all Nuke Jet consisted of. Actually, let's have some real fun. I didn't know this was tweak scalable. Can it be tweak scaled? I don't think it. Oh crap. No, it can't. I'll have to go back to the original design. Okay, so it just basically consisted of a Mark I cockpit, which was... I used a non-commercial military one, because it looks more like a jet fighter. And then I threw on the nuclear thermal ramjet. I didn't even use procedural wings, I just went with a straight Delta V. I did shift it down though because, well, you have to have clearance somehow for landing gear for these things. And a couple of basic ailerons. Said I'm pitching you off, set them to all but, well, see. Tend to pitch and roll only. Did what everybody else seems to hate, which is add canards to a jet, because it's entertaining and makes for really tight maneuvers and making people black out. It's just funny. It looked a lot like a Eurofighter that was powered by a nuclear engine. I also think I squeezed the wings together just a little because I do not like that gap on the rear. Come on, slide. Slide for me. There we go. Too small landing gear on the back. One on the front, right beneath the nacelle, so that it wouldn't risk falling over. And then one single card to serve as a tail. Come on, card. Thank you. I know a lot of people who would hate me for this design, and it's okay. I play how I like. This abomination. Let's accidentally grab the gear off there somehow. Nuke jet. Also, we needed to have a way to vent heat, so let me see what that was. I think it was the graphene. Oh yeah, the graphene's under other or something weird. In power. Yeah, here's the weird thing. It said it generates electrical power, and I've never seen it generate electrical power. The KSPIE stuff is kind of tricky. It uses all an entirely different type of power system. The whole thermal power stuff like that, very alien. But that's why I did the career mode in it. I like the challenge of figuring things out. Fortunately, this means some of my streams are taken up by me going, what exactly am I supposed to do with this? Because the only people I'm going to get watching me are those who are extremely patient. There we go. Eurofighter nuke jet number 1. Oh yeah, I need to set these too. Now this thing takes off on its own. Look at this. This thing kind of reminds me of a Falcon, except that the Falcon's intake would be much more up against its body. But yeah, look, we're just barely off the runway, and with just barely, hardly any thrust, we're already at 400 meters per second and climbing. With extreme levels of control, by the way. I could probably turn the SA. Well, nope, I can't turn the SA off. Oh! Barrel roll of doom. Do not turn the SAS off on this thing. Anyway, it wants to move. It wants to move fast. Oh, good Lord, the poor Kermit. That was 54 G. I think that's the highest G rating I've ever seen. Oh, good grief. Have you ever seen that many G's on any mission log, Jade? I don't think I've ever seen a reading that high. That's wow. That floored me. Yeah, mystery you all over the cockpit. Let's relaunch that and try it again. And this time I am not turning the SAS off. It will fly stably because it has to. Have you ever seen anything higher than 52G, like anything in the hundreds? All I do know is I do have G limits on parts turned on, which is why the plane's spaghettified. I wonder if this thing can make orbit like this. I think it'll probably burn up first, but I'm kind of curious. One minute 30 seconds into flight, and we are already at 1,400 meters per second and climbing. $1,600. Holy crap. This thing isn't just going to exit atmosphere, it's going to exit atmosphere at a really good margin. Oh my God. Yeah. But not before it hit a 132,000 meter, 132 kilometer apoapsis. You know what? I think I just got a new Leo delivery vehicle. I want to take the nose cone off this, put a probe core on it, put a fairing on the front of its nose, put satellites in it, send it into Leo, launch the satellite, and then fly the thing home. This could literally be a new launch system. Only problem is thrust to weight ratio won't be the same, so I'm not sure it'll be able to deliver the same pep it's got right now. But that's still a lot of pep. How is it still running? I don't think it's actually producing any thrust, but it's definitely still running. Yeah, right, I know. That's on the engine by itself. Looking for a number on here if it tells it to us. 8 tons. The engine itself is 8 tons. I'm wondering how this engine will perform when it's upscaled to the next tweak scale size. And putting, yeah, like you said, a Mark III body or a Mark II body on it. No, you're right, Mark III. I'm surprised this thing managed to survive leaving the atmosphere. It didn't show any signs of reentry, heating, or stress. It does the same thing on the way down. Not a single sign that it's overheating at all. Not even getting warm. Want to see how many G's we can pull once we get to about 3,000 meters? Hold my beer. How's that? Is that a record? 182.6? I gotta go to the forums now. I'm not seeing any type of G record kept. Oh, goodness. The GeForce Challenge, but this is from 2012. And unfortunately, it is deprecated. Most I'm seeing is 110. It might be a record for all I know, but okay. Enough toying around. Let's get back to the Space Center and get our tech and then get this Eve mission moving. Welcome to the stream, Riva2nd. Alrighty. So this thing is really fun. Alright, so what's our available tech here? A lot to work with. Ooh, that's tempting. Ooh. Gamma ray spectrometer. Nah. Not yet. These are fun though. These look really nice. Ooh, radiator tail fins? And wings? That could do a nuclear jet pretty easy. Oh, no, there's the Holy Grail right there. What in the world was that? Oh, multiple fuel source engine. We can improve the power on it more. Oh, that's also tempting. What do you think, Jade? Any particular preference on where to go on the tree? Bama, CFT? There's the big one, the pressurized gas tanks. I'm trying to figure out which of these. It doesn't say it contains liquid. It says it's universal, but it doesn't say that it actually contains liquid hydrogen. Specialized. You talking about this one here, the pressurized tank with the converters? Oh, I see. So it'll take any of these in a gas state and convert them to a liquid? If that's the case, that would be the best because we could easily I assume that none of this is actually liquid fuel. Oh, and it does compressed air too. That's funny. Are you saying that the compressed air can power the nuclear thermal ramjet? We'll go with very heavy rocketry for right now, and still have 600 left. Right, I follow that part. We're just short of that one. Well, that's something then that I really badly want, because that would mean that you could take the nuclear thermal jet for a very long drive. All right, complex and lower stage no longer needed. We have better engines. So it's time to improve the lower stage on the E mission by a lot. So we're going to just drop this off altogether. That is a lot of monopropellant. Oh, no, it's not. That's a small monopropellant. That's a lot of monopropellant. I'm content with what we have. So it looks like the only thing we really want to work with right now is probably the Carbidine tanks. Unless we tweak scale to one of these. Kept wanting to grab the shelter and not the probe itself. Doesn't get any bigger. Wow, that's quite a bit of content there. Oh my lord. Problem is that that's a 400,000 credit rocket. A bit more than what we want. What, 400,000 Kerbucks for that rocket? Almost there. That should be sufficient. Give it a couple of boosters just to get it moving. Yeah, thanks, Jay. That'll probably be the next one I take then. Because that's kind of important. By the way, don't tell anybody else this, but the reasons I actually use fins on my rockets is because it helps the aerodynamic drag of the fins on the sides help to pull the boosters out into the right. In other words, away from the craft without having to use excessive separatrons. And that should get us to Eve. I put the Procorb on the upper stage. I think I did yet. Not seeing a Procore here. Oh, we put in a container. Yeah, we updated this, but it didn't save it for some reason. I didn't save it. Let's just redo that right quick. probe core, power down into the probe core, stick a navigation system on top of the probe core. Then we added some extra power. Just to make sure we don't run out. I won't use as many as I did last time, because that should be plenty. Check staging. PWR looks good on both major stages. Vibration looks good. Fairing, then put a fairing into coupler. Releases the satellite and lets those go. This becomes a satellite relay. Permanent fixture I'll need, and we need to set action groups. That'll toggle the solar panel. I don't think I need any other action groups because nothing else needs to be extended or retracted or such. So, one other question: what powering the probe itself? Solar panels on? There are no solar panels on. That's got to be fixed. Glad I spotted that before we send this thing all the way to. Keep it alive. Need to roll over and get more power. Alright, so first thing we need to do, find out where Moon is. We need Moon to be on the inner side of Kerbin. If it's not there, we need to get it there. Where did Kerbals go? It was going all so well too. Apparently, a memory leak ate our current instance of Kerbals. We are reloading. In the meantime,
8.
at Orion launch, I really need to get a greater diversity of videos for us to watch. See, that's what it would have looked like, but then things went wrong. Note to self, do not alt-tab out of Kerbals for any reason while starting to watch. Bad things may And while we're watching this, I am going to go get a soda. And I am back. Purples is still reloading. It does take a little bit due to the fact we have so many mods. Hey, Legendary Spartan, welcome to the stream, man. That's weird. I wonder how you managed to upset Nightbot. So strange. You know what's crazy? It's that modifying the CPUs not only improve the performance of the game, it's also improved the load times. Quite a bit, in fact. I'm beginning to think that. Hello, Space Cat. I'm beginning to think that there was a lot of overhead occurring in the CPU processing because of all the items that were being required to run the stream, and by specifying which processor to use, it dramatically improved it. See, we're already close to being done. Space Cat has decided to come join us and keep us company. He's sitting right next to me. Happy B-Day 529. Welcome to the stream. Just about back up and running. How are you doing this morning? Okay, let's go ahead and relaunch that rocket and just hope that this time nothing breaks. Oh, that's interesting. Let's try that again. Alright, here's the beast we were trying to launch, so let's try to run that one more time. Good night, Jay. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. And this is getting very weird. There we go. We're up and running. Alright, let's find the moon. So moon needs to be on the interior side of Kerbin for this slingshot to work. You rotate this around to about here at the very least. 45 degrees towards Kerbal. Right about there should do. Good night, Jade. And ignition of the Eve probe mission in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have good lift from the pad. Flying just like a rocket should fly. Space Cat says she likes this rocket. He's highly interested in its function. Silly Space Cat. Approaching 10,000 meters altitude, we will be beginning a orbital turn. Prograde. Starting that turn now. We're now on prograde ascent. Booster separation coming up. We have claimed booster separation. Getting turned towards horizon. Clean liquid booster separation. Igniting next stage. Separation complete. Checking orbital path. We have a very high apoapsis, which is good. Giving us locked on prograde. Sending to apoapsis. Plenty of fuel remaining. Initializing orbital insertion burn. And we have orbit. Okay, setting burn to moon. Setting up the first node. Now, why is it giving me a red indicator here? That's truly an interesting conic. Hmm. According to this, it would like orbit the moon twice when it's red. Yeah, we're using the updated relay on this one, Bama. So it should hopefully reach Eve easy and also serve to contact to the ground. What I'm trying to figure out is I'm getting a red relay indicator, a red orbit indicator, like it's hitting moon twice at some points. See, like right here, there's two periapsises, which is really strange. It's coming back around and hitting itself again. Not necessarily a bad thing, just odd. I want to get this in one pass, though, not multiple. Why did I hit that? I did not mean to do that. Dang it. Okay, we're almost back on target. Oh, that's close. Too close. That's almost a bullseye painted on the moon. There is the exact burn we want. That should slingshot us backwards into our orbit. Bring us very close to Eve. Yep. That's the one we want. Estimated burn time for this will be 58 seconds from node. We've locked the node in, so we'll accelerate to it now. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. Engine shutdown beginning in 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we just need to make minor corrections, if any. Nope, we have an ideal orbital encounter. Moon periapsis 23,000 meters. That is a safe encounter altitude. We have slingshot. We still have plenty of fuel left over in that one stage. Initiating slingshot. Oh my, that calculation was a bit off. We are going to have to burn, looks like west, no, east. Just a little bit correct for how close we are. What's the periapsis on the other side say? I can't read it from here. Is there a periapsis on the other side? There is no periapsis on the other side. Alright. That should slingshot us pretty good. Yeah, that'll put us really close to Eve orbit. Look. Slingshot's clean. We are now leaving system. And then once we're on the orbital path around the sun, I'll go ahead and set the next maneuver mode, and we will wait for arrival. Alright, we are now in interplanetary space, which means no more fast forwarding. I can set the maneuver node. First thing I want to do is at the descending node, which will be coming up very shortly. Looks like it's going to be in about 11 days. We need to burn pro normal. So we hit even plane with Eve. Right, that'll put us on bullseye with Eve. Now we have that set. We need to see if we can adjust to do an encounter at any point from that particular spot. Like there would not be from that particular spot. Hmm. I think it would take way more delta V than we actually have. Let me take a look and see. We have 4,000 total delta V. We can't do that one. What happens if we wait in orbit? Ooh, if we wait one orbit, though, we can get much closer. Of course, that's going to be over a year away. Hmm. This was not exactly the most ideal spot to do our orbit from, or to do our launch to Eve from. Be ahead of it. Hmm. Puzzling. We definitely need to correct that. This one's going to be hard to hit, Mama. The only way I can factor in us hitting it is a radial change. Maybe I should do only a radial change. See what happens. I wonder. That would do it. So that will at least get us a very long encounter. Where does it enter the encounter at, though? I'm very clear on that. Giving me sun, perhaps. Oh, that's for the second maneuver, knows why. Not actually an encounter. That won't work. Wow, this is not going to be easy. It'd be a long time to wait for that probe to arrive. So by our calculations, the closest we get is we wait 1 year. We end up ahead of it. We have a winner. That we can probably pull off. Now we got to figure out how to get this closer. We can get closer by using less. That's nice. All right, we have Eve impact. We should be able to pull that off. What Eve's atmospheric altitude is. 20,000 meters. There we go. We'll be just skimming the atmosphere. Okay, it's dialed in, but we've got a 2-year wait now. Or actually, it's a 1-year wait. We got to go around in orbit from now before it'll actually work. But it is dialed in on the dial. Back to the Space Center. It's going to be a fun one, Bama. Got to hit that one within fractions in order to get the precision of the approach right. Alright, so that one is on its way. Now we should do these 1-year ones, the high scan satellites. High resolution altimetry scan of Kerbin. Alright, so let's go grab the LEO delivery system. We're going to have to create a new sat for this, an altimetry sat, so we'll do that first. It needs to just be a very basic satellite. We'll put it in a fairing bay, deploy it. Look kind of weird. Don't need. Okay, so we got those. We'll need control. I don't know actually how much power an altimetry scan needs. Go check that right quick. 1.5 per second. We will probably need some slightly larger than usual for panels. And just a basic set of communication on antennas. On any special science, just this altimetry sensor. Oh, I forgot to do. I forgot to set the alarm clock for our rendezvous 2 years down the road. I want to do that, and I'm going to hit bed, and then we will launch this newly made altimetry satellite into Kerbin lower orbit tomorrow. Because I need some sleep before work. Alrighty, heading the arm. We're in 74 days out. Base center to save the game. Game is saved. Putting to and that is our stream for the evening. Thank you for watching, and tomorrow we will pick up with the insertion of the altimetry satellite in Kerbin orbit, followed by one around Mimas and the Moon. Since we have our satellite already prefabricated, we should be able to go pretty much straight to launch. Have a good night.